Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to Painting Discourse. I'm happy to be able to stream even today. I know that it's not the usual, it's more like an occasional stream. So I also mentioned last time that I want to do something digital. That's true. Maybe later today, if there would be a chance for it. The reason why I switch it because I still feel a little under the weather. You can still hear it in my voice, so I apologize for that nasally sound again. But then, since it's really nice weather outside. I mean, extremely nice weather. It's like a clear sky with no cloud whatsoever, and you can feel the coldness, the chilliness outside, and all these beautiful colors of autumn. Everything is just full of saturated colors, and especially with the leaves that they have like a really like a warmth into them against that really light, cool sky. So I really wanted to go outside, but since I don't still feel like being outside and standing somewhere in below 10 degrees Celsius for 2 or 3 hours to paint, I just decided to stay in the studio. And actually, since there is a still beautiful sunlight, I don't want to waste that sunlight on sitting behind a computer doing digital work, because the idea is that I can do digital work when the sun is not sufficient. That means that I even think about the schedule and dividing my workflow into times then there is specifically only for painting, unless something else needs to be done, of course. And then I have evenings that are more digitally and more kind of that entertainment-y art ideas. That being said, it doesn't like I mentioned that it doesn't necessarily mean that if I have some job or some some work to finish, I definitely have to sit behind the computer during the day. But since I don't really have any pressing issue, well, I do, but let's just forget that digital pressing issues for now, and just let's focus and have fun. It's after all, it's Saturday. It's just it's a day off, so let's just have fun with painting. since like I said, it's a day off. It was yesterday was a bad painting Friday, and it went actually pretty well. So in that spirit, I'm just going to enjoy today painting. I might not talk as much as usually, and that comes to that disclaimer or warning for all of you. Please do not watch this video. This is really not about entertainment, even though sometimes the crazy stuff and dumb things that I say, they might be entertaining, but that's not that's not necessarily the main focus of this channel. I'm a painter, not a streamer necessarily, so you can't really expect me to entertain you. This is more educational, and not educational in terms of that I'm giving lectures and you studying them. It's educational from that point of view of painting discourse. I really enjoy to talk about painting. I enjoy to talk about the ideas behind the painting, and I also like to paint. So I decided to just stream not only from my studio, or probably stream the thoughts that goes through my mind while I'm painting. And since being in the studio is a very lonely a process of painting, unless you are in the shared environment, which I am not currently. That doesn't mean that I haven't been or I won't be in the future, but as it is right now, I have my small place to work and create, and this is kind of a way to be alone and with somebody simultaneously, for not only for me but for all of you who are watching or enjoying streams like this. So this is more about you doing your work and time to time, perhaps, join to the discussion, join that discourse about painting, and then, immediately we can test it and we can see whether or not these ideas works. And yesterday was actually a really fun bed painting Friday. I experimented with the different ideas, and I walk and talk myself through these things, and it was fun. It was fun. So you should definitely, if you're interested in that kind of exploration even more and a little bit more focus and details, because the camera is set up the way that you can actually see what I do. This is a little bit more complicated with a excuse me, with a larger size, but still there is a lot of things that we can talk about and we can discuss during these streams. So I hope that you get your pencils and pens and tablets, perhaps some digital medium that you use ready, and whether you're a sculptor or painter or musician or writer, it doesn't really matter, because the concept of art and the idea of art, I think we share this across. Of course, we use different materials, we use different tools perhaps to get it, but the fundamental is that, well, maybe I'm let me speak for myself rather than in general terms, because I learned over the years that what I think that it's kind of a common sense does not necessarily mean the common sense for someone else. So let's move from the general statements to my personal ideas. And I think that whether I write or play music or paint, there is a way for me of communicating the thoughts that I have, or ideas or feelings for some might be as well. So these concepts that we're talking about, we can apply them across the multiple, or I can rather, let me put it this way, I can apply them across the different areas or different fields. More interestingly is that I really like to take inspiration from the other kind of parts of the art, whether are musicians or writers or sculptors or, I don't know, architects perhaps. It's really, really interesting to see that we kind of have a similar a thought process, but the outcome might be completely different, and it really excites me, and I feel a lot of enjoyment in these kind of little small explorations. So these are same way as I talk about these happy accidents. I kind of approach the idea of researching and looking to different corners of that niche art, kind of music for instance, or niche writers, or I don't know, avant-garde painters. These are not necessarily things that I like to do, or I like to paint like avant-garde, right? Because I don't feel that that's something that excites me. I'm a little bit more in that realism, somewhere in that realism area, maybe even romanticism. And right now I'm talking about romanticism as a artistic, what was it, style, or that the kind of like we have Renaissance, Baroque, I don't know, Classicism, Impressionism, and I don't know, we also have avant-garde, and we have post-impressionism, modern. There is plenty of different ways to separate certain eras in painting. So I would be somewhere where that realism slash romanticism probably lays, with influences from all over other areas. What I'm trying to say is that finding that information that can be used in my painting in other areas, it's one of those happy accidents that I'm really searching for. Because, you know, you might remember I mentioned this, bad brushstroke next to bad brushstroke, it's never going to create a happy accident. So or, you know, I don't want to say that there are such a thing as a bad brushstrokes, but that's just a little bit more that theoretical or philosophical idea, which needs to be really tested in practice. And in my kind of experience is that when I place well-educated brushstroke next to well-educated guess brushstroke, then maybe when they collide, they create a happy accident. So that's what I have in mind when I talk about these happy accidents. Because really, if you are, I think that there was a lecture that I attended, or maybe it was I was participating online on the lecture, or I heard it somewhere. I'm not sure, but I think it was a lecture. I don't want to lie to you, but you know, I just I erased certain information from my brain, so I have enough storage space for some other important stuff. So I can't really remember everything. I wish I could, but I can't. And I believe it was a lecture, maybe even in the art school or in the academy. No, it was probably while I was in the U.S. That was that. I think I know where it was. It was a conference, and I think that J.J. Abrams was there as well as one of the producers. He's known for that, you know, Star Trek movies, and there were artists. It was artists panel and character designers and so on and so forth. And one of them was talking about that idea that, you know, if you think that you are sitting, if your goal is to be a movie star, and if you think that you are sitting at home hoping for being a movie star and expecting that Steven Spielberg is going to knock on your door and with the sentence, or with the, you know, with the idea that I was searching for you specifically the whole my life to be an actor in my new movie. That's not how it works. That's not a happy accident. That's wishful thinking, I guess. It doesn't work that way. And he explains that, yeah, you have to be where Steven Spielberg is, where he actually explores. And it not necessarily means to be the, you know, the Hollywood, or standing in front of the gates of these huge studios. No, you really have to be among these people that create, that, you know, that act, or, you know, doing these plays, or, you know, indie movies, and so on and so forth. And it kind of stuck with me, and I took this information in, you know, and I kind of accept the fact that, of course, I can expect that I'm thinking that I'm going to place a good brushstroke, and I'm thinking I'm going to place next other brushstroke. They're both perfect, so they're going to collide, and they're going to create something new. And, you know, I'm sitting on the sofa and just thinking about it. I don't think it's going to magically appear there. So these happy accidents really, really come in that, you know, you have to put yourself into the environment when or where those happy accidents can happen. And that's, you know, that's something that I really want to create here in this environment, in this stream, that this is not about me telling you how to paint by number, how to, you know, these are the brushes that you have to get. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's millions of videos there with the people. They do way better job to explaining, way better job explaining to you how to approach certain things, explaining what medium should you use in a different areas. And I highly recommend you to search for these and check out these if that's what you're looking for. This is really more about you putting the work, really putting down the work. These streams are usually 4 hours long. Yesterday was a five and a half hours, only because it was so much fun to paint, right? And I know that it's frustrating to be at the beginning, because you are not enjoying playing music if you don't know how to play piano, right? So it is that frustrating part. And I know that oil painting has a really super steep learning curve, and it's difficult. It almost, sometimes it doesn't feel that you are going uphill, it feels that you are going like uphill inverted, right? It's just really difficult to understand. And it's mostly because there's so many things that are happening. And the most important probably is you learning how to see rather than how to paint. I think that's a very important lesson that we kind of omit, or we disregard, or don't even pay attention to that. And the reason is because we are not aware that that's what's making a great art. We feel that the great art is about, I don't know, for some it's a precision, for others it's an expression, right? And I really want to focus on observing and understanding what I'm looking at, and then inevitably being able to take that information and translate it to a two-dimensional surface, which for me canvas is, right? Even though I'm thinking about the canvas a little bit more like that, you know, the relief. I'm not sure how to say that. It's that the sculptures that they create these little peaks and valleys into a flat surface, and it kind of feels that it's coming out from that stone. That's similar idea that it's in my head when I create, and I talked about this a lot. So I don't want to really repeat myself over and over again, but that's what painting is. It's a repetition. It's a repetition of experiments that, you know, and you always trying to do different experiment, because again, doing, you know, the famous saying that there's no problem with and I'm butchering this saying, of course. Fool is not the person that makes mistake. A fool is a person who is making same mistake over and over again and expecting a different result, right? So this is something, and I don't want to preach. I don't want to, you know, sound like someone that's giving you life advices. But this is more about painting. If you know that you are biased, let's say, towards the size of the head, and you know that in every painting that you did, everybody commented on the fact that your heads are too big, well then, why are you not double checking and double measuring it over and over again? If you know that you're inclined to do that, not because you're a bad painter, just because that's how your eye and your brain translate that information and how it sees appropriate. So that would be probably the example. It has nothing to do, I don't want to moralize anybody. It's more about that, how I translate information that I see in three-dimensional real world, and then translate it to a two-dimensional surface, and that translation on that two-dimensional surface then needs to communicate with the viewer. So it's really demanding task, even for your brain. And again, if you're not, you know, I know English is not my mother tongue. I had to really study. I had to pay attention to these things. And I know these first days, like a simple conversation like, hi, how are you? What's your name? My name is Andre. Yada, yada, yada. Thank you, bye. Was so demanding that I felt like I ran a marathon twice. I remember I used to get home from school and I was drained out of the energy. My brain was not able to actually function, and that's the same what's happening with the painting. It's really draining and it's demanding. So and that's probably why it takes so much time to actually get to a point that you are comfortable with your own brush, with your own way of applying a pigment, right? So if it's not happening today, I don't want to tell or discourage you, but it won't magically happen tomorrow. You really have to push yourself there. You really have to start applying all the knowledge that you have, not only about the painting, but about world and life and your own experience. Because unless you do all these things, you're gonna still be, trailing behind and lacking something. And again, there is a constructive criticism that's probably the most important part out of all of this, because unless you are able to critically look at your work and say that, oh, this is really, and I said this multiple times, I'm not saying that my paintings are bad, they are just bland, mundane, and like mid, which is very famous word these days on on streaming platforms. So having a painting that is mid, it's not like it's insult. It just does not create an excitement in me to continue creating new art, or more art rather, if I'm not satisfied with what I'm looking at right now. And that might be actually a problem of this fragment as well, that I still feel that it's mid. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, you can clearly say that those are figures, so yeah, but like everybody can paint figures, right? So yeah, so I don't. That's why I have a sunlight. It's a beautiful day. I would rather be outside, having fun. But well, I'm lying. I would rather be here in the studio. So you can tell how much I prefer to paint than do any other things. So I'm lying. But for those of you who are still not 100% on board with the painting, and you would rather be outside, then maybe this is going to give you a little bit more of that feeling that you are not wasting your time if you are painting, because painting is it's just an amazing thing to do. And will give you a lot of happiness, contrasted with a lot of rage and pain in my case. So yeah, enough of my these long introductions, probably starting to be annoying. So I'm just gonna shut up, and I'm gonna create some painting, create some painting. That's just so pretentious. I'm going to continue adjusting this painting to the point that it might not be mid, it might be pretty bad, still better for me in my mind than bland. I need to ask Velasquez what's happening. What is happening, and how am I going to progress? Oh wow, just this is ridiculous. I mean, I was looking at, I just opened randomly, and I was looking at my painting, and then I left the page, and immediately I see one of the coolest representations of why Velasquez is so much praised among the painters. I'm talking about a painting. It's a very famous one. It's that. I believe I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce that correctly, but it's the Fable of Arachne. It's in the Madrid Prado Museum. And it was restored. I didn't even know that. So I'm looking at this painting, and it's just, I mean, it's crazy. There's really, if you think that Impressionism started with Manet and Monet as the most famous representative, the most accomplished of the Impressionists, or not the most accomplished, the most praised, probably. Monet according to what I see right now, well, he couldn't be the first because Velázquez is already doing it here. I mean, check it out, like the figure that is in the center, it's not painted at all. It's just I don't even understand what is happening there. And the reason why I'm saying that Velázquez, I don't want to say this impressionist because he didn't, probably he was not thinking about being impressionist, right? Since it didn't exist. But you can see that he completely abandoned that idea of that something that I always talk about, the idea of, you know, just outlining things. There's so many lost edges. It almost looks like it's only lost edge, and it almost feels, and you know, you can hear historians talk about this over and over again, perhaps not in, well, I think painters talk about this even more, that he really painted light. Crazy. It's crazy. I mean, this is really atmospheric perspective plus understanding of that idea of light and mosaic, which, you know, Dutch painters like Rembrandt definitely knew as well, because I think that Rembrandt's sense of light and that kind of handling the paint is little bit better, but we are splitting hairs here. So, and also it's a preference. What kind of style of painting do you prefer more? I don't think that we compare them next to each other, right? Because that's not really how it works. But I was just trying to find if these books are probably same date. I'm trying to find out when they were printed. Doesn't really matter. But I think that they're probably the same editions. But what I wanted to say is that I wouldn't call them contemporaries, but because I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Rembrandt was a little older. I don't know if they ever met. Perhaps they met. Hard to say. For me, I don't remember reading about them, having fun. But again, these tangents. I'm on a tangent again. What I wanted to say is that that's what my painting is missing. I think that freedom. You can see it here and there, right? Like in these areas right here, that we just, I was talking about some, ideas that, I want to apply, and I just play with them. And then some areas feel really forced, like, unnecessary. Like, yeah, I'm painting with a impasto kind of a paint application, but I don't know what I'm doing. Against, Velázquez here, because his paintings, I mean, look at some of the late portraits, right? Really, there is the detail of that royal family. And when you look at it, just what is going on here? And then, another example, when you look at how he painted himself, it's just, there's no... I have to go to Spain, to Madrid, to see more of his paintings, because I saw only a couple of them. And they were mostly sketches, but you can learn a lot from these sketches. I saw a couple of these sketches in Kunsthistorische Museum in Vienna. I think that's how it's pronounced. I hope so. I'm butchering the German language. These little, like, like a sparks of light there. It almost, in some way, it reminds me what Vermeer is doing with his paints. That I saw that beautiful, beautiful painting of his, also in Vienna. And these are these dots of pure pigment, or really high saturated, beautiful pigment. The idea that light is hitting it there, and he's illuminating it. And he's really painting, Vermeer as well, is painting light rather than anything else. He's a little bit more outlining, I have to say, but this is pure impressionism. This is not. There's no line there at all. It's all shapes. Right? And then I'm looking here, and I want to bring more and more resolution to this painting by creating more details. And I think, I exceeded the amount of detail that Velázquez was putting on his paintings. But it's no near close to what Velázquez was doing. I think that Velázquez's worst painting, it's still better than this, in terms of that, the leading the eye, the creating that atmosphere, and still keeping it so loose. So that's that, constructive criticism that you should give to your painting, and also think about stuff that you like, that excites you about the work that you do. So let's do examination. Like, really, let's dive into this problematic painting of mine. And I think they're good. Check this out. This is awesome. I think that a good way to really examine this would be, because it's a similar. I know that I was talking a lot about that um, um, triumph of Bacchus. Yeah, there it is. What's the name? Did I say it correctly? The drinkers, okay, or triumph of Bacchus. And this is his early work. This is his earlier work. You can see the outlines here, and that's kind of style that I like. But you can see here and there when I was talking about these figures in the foreground and the one in the background, how loose they are. And then there's another famous painting of his. What's the there it is. The surrendering, or what's the name of that? Surrenderer of Breda. And that's something that I need to look at more, because I mean, this is great. This is all abstract. This is almost like something that, you know, Turner would paint in these watercolor sketches that he was doing quickly. Just like loose brushstroke. There is nothing really happening there. It doesn't look that it's skillful, but then it is, because creating something like this, it's extremely difficult. It requires a lot of and then a position for the heads, and how the way that people are looking, what's happening here. You know, it's just, he really nicely leads the eye, and you know, he's creating X in the perspective, right? In terms of that, you know, the composition is in depth. You have one group going from left to right, from front to back, right? And there's like two armies meaning, because that's like you know, the surrendering act. So he's giving him the keys from the city, or is it a sword? I don't know what it is actually. Keys from the city, I think. So yeah. So that's what I need there. And this is what was preoccupying my mind last couple days, or last couple mornings, because when I get here, yeah, around 8ish, 8 a.m., quarter past 8 maybe, I'm sitting observing and analyzing it, and I wanted to share this experience with you, because I think that it's very important. And that's the reason why painting from life is so important. Because you can't really replicate that. You can fake it, but you can't really, you know, that's why Impressionists painted strictly from life. So let's look at it. Let's see. Let's go step by step and examine that. You know, this is awesome. Yep. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, check it out. This is something that I was talking about. There's another painting, um, which is a what? Which one is this one? 185. Page 182. It's a white horse, and what's this? Okay, there is a Prince Balthazar Carlos with the Count Duke of Olivers at the Royal News, and you can see that when I was talking about that, even in this reproduction, and when when you zoom in, you can see that there are figures they were painted there after the background was painted, because the painting is fading, so you can see what was behind it. Right, and the question is whether, for me personally, did he actually painted these figures there later because compositionally was this painting not enough, or he simply just made sure that everything behind those figures is properly connected to each other, and only after that, you remember I talked about it, that you want to have that wrap around, and you want to feel that if let's say if the pole is going here and behind him, it's actually hitting the right point, so it's easier for me to paint it first the whole way, and then starting to applying the pigment on top of that. So hard to say. Maybe not sometimes, it can be both. Sometimes I just need extra figure there, or extra object or element that wasn't there before, because the composition was not coherent. And that's especially happened when you have a small sketch. Remember I talked about that. And in the small sketch, this problem does not exist, because you're not going to even pay attention to it, because it might be really just one pixel if you work digitally. But then when you really stretch it on the large canvas, you'll find these negative shapes extremely annoying. So this is what bothers me a lot about my painting. So, oh hi, hello. You're not late. It's all good. It's all good. I am feeling better, but I'm still in the studio, and I mentioned at the beginning that I wanted to work digitally, but I want to use this beautiful sunlight that is there. So I will start, and I will do a little bit with the good old Cyril and Methodius, and then I'll get maybe to do some digital, a little bit more composition, and maybe we can even get back to that controller that I was working on yesterday, and talk a little bit more about that composition and the decision making. And right now I am self-critiquing my own painting, and it's going really bad. So welcome. I hope that you have your paints and pigments and stuff ready. And then maybe I'll have a time also, or I want to talk about that projects that you emailed me. So I had a chance to check it out, and there's 2 or 3 things that might be actually beneficial for you to take into consideration. So so let's get into this. This is all okay. All right. So I'm going to, I'm just going to do what I know how to do best, and then let's just getting rid of things that I don't like, because that's the name of the game. So, and I'm probably going to work a little bit more on the portrait. I just want to get it a little bit more, a little better. So I'm going to start with really light sanding. Not because I want to get rid of that layer, but I want to get a little bit more coherent. And coherent, I mean, I want to get these underlayers show through in some areas. So I'm actually, this is going back to that, this is going back to that idea that I was talking about earlier in intro, and that's that I'm actively searching for that happy accident right now. Not necessarily with placing two brush strokes next to each other, but rather actually subtracting existing brush strokes and searching for the connection with something that is underneath. And I hear some of alla prima painters or direct painters. It's a cheating. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, it is cheating. Yes, but here's the thing: there are no rules to this. So if you put yourself into a position that you're not going to do it because I don't know, Rembrandt didn't do it, even though we don't know, then perhaps you shouldn't be in watching this stream either, because Rembrandt didn't. So yeah, I'm not going to I can't really be that. Oh yes, this is really good. It almost feels when I'm doing this with the sandpaper, it almost feels like when you have when you're, I don't know how to say that. For those of you who like to do dishes, it feels like a scraping or like a cleaning, that everything is clean, and that good feeling after a cleanup. Which I cannot achieve by just cleaning, because I just no, that's not who I am. But I can do this whole day and scrubbing and pushing and pulling these things. So yeah, I know. I don't like to do dishes as well, but there are some people that really enjoy that feeling of clean environment, and it excites them to just go and start cleaning, right? And this is a kind of that thing that I am right now, cleaning all that dirt and imperfections that I don't want to see on my painting, right? And preparing my surface right now for maybe instead of applying impasto paint, I might work with a little bit of glazing, and I'm I'm just going to adjust. And I'm especially right now working more with edges than anything else. So I solely focusing on edges. Because when you look at Velázquez, Rembrandt, or fashion for that matter, they have soft edges almost everywhere. Or everything seems that it's soft. And again, if you work with the toxic pigments, be aware that sanding down these layers, if you use cadmiums or lead white, you are making lead airborne. So you are breathing it. Not really recommended. So it's just a little FYI. You can always, instead of sandpaper, you can use a razor blade, which creates a little bigger. I put the glove on the wrong hand. Never mind. Never mind. So today is going to be a good day because I am adding 2 gloves. So we're going to full painting mode. Usually it was a half painting mode, but today we're full painting mode. See the happy accident? Right now I have 2 gloves. Immediately it's just like I open it's like a level up. It's a, we talked about the games yesterday and which games I like and which games I play. So right now I upgraded my character and I have 2 gloves, so I have a little bit more of a little more power. So there we go. Happy accident number 1. Yes, you're absolutely right. 2 gloves, you have to be pro. He has 2 gloves, must be pro. 100%, you're absolutely right. So this is going to be probably, I hope, I hope it's not going to be a meme on these streams that what would be like a cool, like an English way. He's double glowing it. Doesn't even make sense, but it makes me funny though. Just picturing people using it. Yeah, it would definitely be a quick, cool meme. It's just today I was thinking about a famous movie, Gladiator, and I have to watch. For some reason, I woke up and something happened, and I was thinking about Gladiator, and then I realized that the reason why I'm thinking about it, I have to watch it because there is that scene, and I'm gonna butcher that scene, but he's yelling, "Are you not entertained?" So this is this is exactly, I put 2 gloves on and we'll see at the end. Are you not entertained? I think it's a great movie. I can't believe that maybe I'm just since I haven't seen it for a while, it was a long time ago, maybe I am romanticizing it, but I think it's a kind of a timeless in terms of what's happening right now. I mean, really, are you not entertained? I hope that that's what he said, because that's going to be another meme immediately. You don't really remember much of that movie. I think it's a blockbuster, right? But there is so much that somehow in my memory I can relate to this. And it almost seems sometimes that that streaming today, or live streaming, or the being on the YouTube, it almost feels like you're fighting for attention with other people. And then when you think about it, like historically, the huge Colosseum was built because, there were problem in the States, so they were like, no, let people have fun, and they will forget that there are problems there. So. Okay, so I'm polishing that, I have a feeling I am kind of, when I was applying the thick chunks of paint and moving my brush around, I felt like, I'm connecting with Rembrandt, and right now I feel like I'm polishing this. So that must be, there must be connection with Michelangelo or Bernini. I think this is truly unreasonably hard edge right here, so this needs to be painted over and this needs to be connected. Okay, so it's receding in the background. What about this? Let's just do this as well. Oh yeah, it seems it's happening. I have to use the little adjustment. So let's test my theory about adding and subtracting and moving and pushing and pulling. Let's see if it works. Okay, so that was a wet paint. All right. There you go. There's the answer. It's just, isn't painting awesome? And it immediately just lets you know. Yeah, well, there you go. Why wait for for a half a year to find out the result of what you're talking about if you can immediately get it? Softening these edges because there was a kind of a harsh transition there. And I need to So instead of repainting it, I'm trying to sand it down a little bit to connect these a little more. But only in some areas, because you remember I want to have a this is also still wet. And I'm going to use soft edge, hard edge. This is completely soft, almost invisible, it just goes away in a distance. Crazy. It almost seemed like he just took a and you can see how much paint I'm scraping down. Maybe not, but that's a lot of paint that's going away, and only because I don't want that really thick impasto application there, because I want this recede into a background. So instead of creating that hard impasto edge there, I'm going to switch it to a soft edge and rather create a light right here in this area. So the shoulder that is right here, it's going towards us, and as it recedes in the background, it kind of does soften that edge. Extremely vibrant. Can I do that? I think I can. Let's incorporate that brush strokes there. So I'm just hitting it a little lighter. And this is not because I'm lightening because of a form. I'm lightening it because of the composition. Yep. Let's push. Let's look at those arms that I have there. Let me see if I have that proper reference. that I said that I'm going to use a that I will use okay, let me just yep. Oh, this is just a little more light there. And right now I'm painting, I'm trying to paint light. I'm not really painting facial features. I'm not really, doing. I'm not really creating anatomy, even though anatomy and everything is very important in this process to understand where the light would probably, when you're working from imagination, would probably hit that face. And you can see that since I'm working from imagination, I have Rembrandt and Velasquez open, and I'm thinking I'm using Velasquez in terms of that. At the beginning, I mentioned that he's probably one of the first impressionists, like true impressionists, in terms that he really pushed the ideas that well, I don't know, because Rembrandt he had these impressionist and heavy, thick brush application, and when I was sitting at home, I was thinking about it. But he was not really applying a color. He was more playing with well, he was applying a color. That's not true. The limitation of pigments that he had. It's probably the only thing that stopped him from being a full impressionist, right? Whereas when you look at Velasquez, he goes with the blues and all kinds of crazy other pigments. So it's a little bit more impressionistic. So I'm really, oh, this is beautiful. You look through Velasquez work. That's what you mean. So this might be a really light and maybe slightly misplaced, but that's okay. I'm just going to play with it a little bit. I need to move it a little bit on the side, like so here. Okay, that's the one. Oops. So I'm really more sculpting right now than painting. And I'm trying to sculpt light into that figure, into that portrait. just to get a little bit more towards that redness. Maybe too much. And I'm really right now, you can even see on my palette, I'm loading my palette with, loading my brush with the pigment. Oops. And then the test what the brush stroke is going to look. So this is the brush stroke. So let's hit it on the nose. Awesome. And I'm going back and I'm asking myself, does this create a better representation, not necessarily a form, but a light? And by light, I mean the light that surrounds us. Because as we discussed before, you know, you can go ahead and work and paint. The problem is not to be able to paint eye. A problem is to make eye that you want to look into or look at. Probably look into is better. I'm gonna try to do a similar thing, and this is why it's so difficult, because I want to do a similar thing with 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 hands. You are not sure what I mean. Could you be more specific? Because I'm kind of lost in my own thoughts, in my own head. I apologize for that, but this is really a brain demanding task. be the better? Let's see. My Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little bit more tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm sorry, I just went to get a tea. I still see here that you asked me that you are not sure what I mean. Do you, are you referring to that idea about light? So this seems like a wrong mixture. I need something that is a little cooler and a little darker. That's purple. Let's add more of this into more yellow ochre. Just a touch of green. So this is a brush stroke that I'm going to place. So I'm trying to create again. I'm back to those hands. I'm sorry. Uh, okay, so I have this, and this is really. I don't want to say that it's a slow process, but it's the process when you're going to use a lot of pigment just to make one brush stroke, and then it's all going to go to waste. So be ready for that. canvas, and I'll just make this a little more desaturated. Slow turn. And really, the idea that the idea, what I'm trying to do right now, like I said, it's more about sculpting rather than painting at this point, I guess. Because I want to create a certain brush strokes that it kind of describes the direction or the movement, rather. I don't know if that might be the better. Let me see if I have some examples of that. Happy hands and happy arms. Yes, yes. If I hit this with that green desaturated pigment. Okay, so I'm again still in that. It feels like this is the a little bit of reflective light right here, where the hand is. Is that going to be actually working here? Maybe it's too light. I have to go darker. And then maybe I should even push it a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more here. So let me get more of that. Use this. This brush is going to be very unhappy at the end of this session. It's too green. That's too green. I need a little bit neutral pigment and warmer. Now we're talking. Cool. So it's starting to. What I'm doing. I'm modeling. Not modeling. I am. Well, you might call it modeling. Yeah. Not you might, but I think that that's the appropriate way to describe what's happening right now. But modeling more. Not modeling, sculpting would be probably better. Not that I'm a sculptor, but you know, in terms of what I'm doing with the paint. Maybe a little bit of this right there. Yep, that's the one. And I'm treating this hand like it's a portrait. So I'm paying at that close attention to what's happening there. Well, I am enjoying that light version. Equals more happy. So see, Bob Ross was wise after all. Yes, yes. You're not, you're not bad. That's actually a good point. little bit more of that, abstract. Um, I well, here's the thing. I have a problem with this. With consuming food before work. The moment that food enters my mouth, um, I am in a constant state of food coma. That the only thing that I care about is where's the closest resting area. I don't know why is it so. For some reason, I perform better when I'm hungry, or not even hungry. When all the energy goes towards the towards that work that I do, and it doesn't matter if it's a painting or anything like that. Because full stomach for me, I have a really bad eating schedule. I'm trying to change it. I'm trying to do the what's in my everything that is in my power to make it better. But I am a evening food enjoyer, so I don't need to eat a whole day, and I almost feel like it's a reward after a whole day of work. And I go home and I can eat a horse. And then I'll go directly to sleep mode. To the point that whenever I think about, eating, I almost feel like, oh my God, I'm going to sleep again. So I have to be careful with that. It's pretty bad. It's one of the worst habits that you can possibly imagine, especially for your body. I simply, for some reason, I can't get rid of this bad habit. Okay, so I've moved towards here, and then I can push this pigment all the way here. I just feel that those knuckles just, they feel like they're not incorporated properly into that. Or do they feel like they're not painted, they are, like they're not alive? No. Like someone painted the knuckles on the actually existing hand. Kind of bothers me a lot. So I'll have to probably paint my own knuckles there. So this is going to be a pinky. I think the problem is with the design of those fingers. They look too symmetrical. And I'm trying to create, interesting paint application and something that makes it a little bit more interesting to look at instead of maybe thinking about changing the instead of changing the shape. I think that might be something that bothers me a lot. Or more than anything else, rather. Oh, thank you. That did you like the hand? But I don't. Well, because here's the thing. It looks good in terms of, and this is my self critique, um, in terms of like that. Um, what's the word that I'm looking for? Constructive criticism, right? I mean, as a hand, you read it as a hand, you would probably no, you wouldn't probably confuse it with, I don't know, teapot. That, yeah, perhaps, but then somehow it's just the fingers uh, itself going in the same direction. They're kind of creating, when I'm thinking about the design, right? So if I leave the hand by itself and that kind of outline of the hand, it's very similar to this. So I have kind of like a two um, symmetrical shapes there. In terms of, like pure, the kind of a silhouette idea, because this and this is very similar in silhouette. So I have to, and then I don't have a really much to do right here because there's not that much happening. So I'm trying to compensate for it right here, and it feels out of place. Plus, the fact that I wanted to make those hands like they are really working hands, they are somehow not corresponding with my portrait as much as I would like to. So I really have to push. This is going to be one of those days that I'm just going to be probably, I don't want to say struggling, but I have to really stretch my imagination. Maybe I'll push it from here a little bit, so I'll show that it's pressing on that. They are really tricky to do, and that's the thing that I was talking about a lot, about having that self-awareness in terms of, okay, this is not just I'm going to bash myself with the idea that I'm not I don't know how to paint, because this is not necessarily a painting issue. This might be a more of a design issue or compositional issue, rather. No, design. Because they're composed the way that I want them to be composed. They're not. So let's see, can I? capture that. Okay, so let's push this a little bit more this way. And then maybe what I'm missing, let's try that, is this little rascal right here. Okay, it's just too light, too bright. Yep, and if that's there, then maybe I could push this a little bit more. Okay, and then I have this right here. Well, well, there is a thing. It's not about skipping hands. The question is, do I need the hand in my portrait? In terms of composition, that's what I mean. Since you're talking about your project, and if you need the hand there compositionally, then I'm sorry, you just have to paint it there. Because I don't really think about while I'm working, composing. I don't necessarily think about whether or not this is going to be difficult to paint. Rather, is this important for a composition or not? So I'm right now connecting those fingers together because I want to create a little bit nicer, less generic hand. And more of a hand that is being used maybe I'll push. I will take. I will take a. Um, you're you're exactly right. Before I read your comment, I was just about to talk about the controller. That it's the same idea that I'm trying to render everything, and then perhaps not everything has to be rendered. Some things can stay in the shadow. Yeah, let's play with that light a little bit more. So, since this is a foreground, or it's closer to me, this is going to be the lighter area. So I'm going to push it a little harder. Also, I could push this a little harder. So this one's going to go a little more forward. Okay. So maybe let's connect it here. We have this reflection, and then let's adjust this a little bit more. There is almost like a softer transition here. So that could change this a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to connect it through here. And then a little bit. I hit it harder a little here, so let's push it this direction. And then curve. And then push the arc. Okay. Well, let's see. Oops. No ultramarine. Okay, maybe I could do that. Let me see. This is going to be soft edge. And it's going to go here. So let me hit this lighter. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit this with light value and see what's going to happen. And darken that part. Let's see what's going to happen. And I will create also the direction there. Well, now we're cooking. Now we are cooking, maybe even a little lighter. So again, you know, sometimes, not sometimes, as you might already experience with my stream, there are moments that I really talk about a lot, and that's, you know, the decision making, that, you know, sometimes maybe the hand is not a problem, the surrounding area might be the problem, and you want to make sure that you are able to adjust everything, including the things that you really like, right? So you painted something that you really like, you think that it's really good, you don't want to change it because you considering that part as a key feature, or the testament of you showing everybody that you know how to paint. Well, it's happening to me more often than I would like to admit. So I have to start combating that a little bit. So let's push this a little lighter and a little greener, so I can really push that feeling of warmth in his hands, and maybe I can, like, really hit it really light. Let's see what's gonna happen. let's just enjoy the kind of a controller situation. Maybe a little too light because it's starting to go into the territory of that the yellow drapery. So let's make it a little greener or a little more desaturated. So a lighter value, and then maybe I can work with the shadow and push it a little bit towards here. So it's going there, and then I need this dark value here because there's a little bit of this. A little bit of this. So I corrected this. Let's see if I can then make this happen, or happen rather. Well, doesn't seem that bad. So I changed the hierarchy there, and instead of having black background, I switch it to a light background. So it's kind of that illumination from behind. And then I'm going to hit it here a little bit more. this way. To push the direction this way, to change the direction. So I want this, and then I want that. Clear distinction right here. This is the shape. This is what it's going to out. This is going to be in. This is the finger separation there. But the annoying part is that it feels that my hand is sticking out a little bit more. So what if I would even push? Well, here's the thing. It seems like it needs to be. Yep. What's happening here? What is happening here? Okay. Okay. Okay, it needs to go more this way. No way. It's going to change the composition if I move it. No, it won't. It's okay. It's fine. It's just I did not take the width into consideration. Okay. Phew. Catastrophe averted. A little bit. Still we have a problem, but we're going to solve it. So I'm going to hit it with a little bit more light there as well. You wrote whoa, and right now I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. I'm really confused. Hopefully it's a good thing. Because I'm kind of lost here a little bit. So this is where the head is going to be. So I'm just going to push it here a little bit. So I'm pushing it forward, hopefully. And I should probably go and push this a little bit more in. There's a direction here, and there's, okay. So I need that vibrant yellow pigment. Might be too vibrant, maybe too much. So let me just desaturate it a little bit. So from here it goes here, and then let's break it here. Let's break it there. Push it all the way up right here. And then curve it in. And then it goes in. So that's what's going to separate that a little bit more. So that's that direction, and then this needs to go this way. Okay, cool. Okay, so I have this. I adjusted the top part right now, and it's starting to move and shift a little bit. So let's see if I can save this or not. this should be like a really soft edge. So there is a yellow orange. Let's hit it with this darker green. To separate it a little bit. Then maybe I could push this a little darker. Okay, let's see. A little darker shadow right here. Might be too dark. Okay, let's push this even more. So I have this, I have that, and I need to adjust this a little more. And I know that I'm talking enough right now, but the reason is really I'm trying to use everything that possibly is there in my skills and you know, like the idea behind light and dark, warm and cool, complementary pigments. What else is there that I talk about all the time? Soft and hard edge. Okay, the little side plane right there. And maybe it should go a little bit. So that's why I'm quiet, and I hope that, you know, if you're painting alongside with me, you can feel that the amount of concentration that I have to give to this painting, because this is really demanding. And I'm not, here's the thing, again, I'm not doing, I'm not repainting everything. I just decided to change, and this is the problem that, you know, I have all the time, and I don't know how to combat that, and that's that. That if I really feel that something is wrong, I truly believe that it is. I truly believe that it is. And not always I have a solution to that problem. More often, I don't. So I spend a lot of time just really exploring these possibilities that, you know, Rembrandt would even, wouldn't even take into consideration, because from the get-go, from the get-go, what's the get-go? He would be, he would knew that, oh, this is not going to work. poor guy. He's just going to suffer. Let him suffer then. So it's cool. It's good. It's good. Oops. So I have this, I have that, I have to add more light right here. So let us go for it. I'm just going to glaze that. Oh, this is perfect. Not glaze, scumble on top of it. So a little bit more saturation, a little bit more of that, the play of light and these little small reflections that are all there. Just waiting to be, they're waiting for it to be addressed. I'm trying to separate that hand from the background, and like I said, I am really using every trick that I have in the book to do that. And the problem is, and then when you're looking at your compositions, there is a good chance that you created a similar problems for yourself, unnecessary. And I'm not saying that they are not, that you can solve them. Of course you can. You have to. That's just the nature of what the painting is. But I put really, like I said, since I was from the beginning, I was focused on this, the strong holding of a hands right here. Not only there are hands there. There are all these different fabrics. They're moving to a different position. They're also blocking the part of the chest, which is very difficult then to create that illusion of a form. Plus, it's going towards us, which is another issue with foreshortening, and list goes on, and you put yourself into position that if this is your focal point, people are going to look at it, and viewers are going to examine this part specifically, because everything points to that direction. You might find yourself in a world of trouble. So yeah, I'm working right now with saturation, with edges, with value, with chroma. And again, I'm not repainting anything around here. What I'm doing specifically is I'm adjusting already existing I'm adjusting existing I'm adjusting existing painting that is there, and I'm trying to create more convincing illusion of that three-dimensional space. Because I was not satisfied with the existing one. Slightly softer value. Slightly softer value there. So here I need to hit it a little bit more, a little bit more orangey. So let's go for it. Let's just pump up these saturations. Let's see what's gonna happen. So I have a lighter value here. Where the hand, where the forearm meets the wrist. There's a little. Something like this. And this is exaggerated, that's okay. I don't care, because right now what I need to see is that whether or not it's working against that blue background. And yes, it is. So let's move into that, into the world of trouble with high saturation, high contrast. And I'm softening it. And the reason why I'm softening it, because I want that slow transition from really a light and cool to warm orange, without losing that feeling of volume and also believability. And by believability, I mean that, you know, it's still a little bit of that green. A little bit of contrast right here. So I'm pushing it. I'm really playing with it. This is really about me trying to create, you know, So what is in my mind is that if this is my focal point, right now this is really overpowering. So I am building this part right here to combat quote unquote, or to offset that really strong um, saturation there. And it's good that I put it there, because right now I know that how far I have to go to overcome that. And that's going to make it a little bit more saturated, a little bit more impressionistic, if you wish, in terms of um, pigment or hue. Because I can't really go all the way, I can't really continue, like I mentioned, like Delacroix, when we talk about Delacroix, that, you have only so much, only so, not so much, you have only, you're painting it in that rainy or gloomy day rather, and then, at one point you have to get from that gloomy day. And for some reason it's today for me. I don't know if I'm ready for that, but let's see. Because again, if I'm going to continue doing a same thing, just adjusting things from left and right, that's again, you're in that limbo that you're not moving forward. You still feel that it's not going anywhere. So if you're painting alongside with me, having fun with your pigments, with your compositions, with your sketches perhaps. Maybe again, after that, yesterday, that painting controller, it was so much fun. And the reason is because there is no pressure there. There's nothing that, no one's ever going to see it. No one cares, rather. And that mindset of no one cares, it's really powerful. I can't stress that enough, how powerful that mindset is. It's just freeing you to really move. And I know it's even for me, it's really difficult to replicate that feeling, but let's try. Let's see what's going to happen. So I'm separating right now that forearm from wrist, and the wrist from the hand. And since I was really looking at that, Velasquez, I want to do it with edges. I want to do it with that impressionistic a little bit more with that impressionistic idea there, so I can freshen up that painting a little bit, because it was really gloomy. It was meh. Because I don't know how to translate meh in English, so I'm just going to use that sound, and I know it's extremely annoying. I apologize for that, but there's no other way to describe what's happening with this. And definitely that yesterday Bad Painting Friday helped. Um, so maybe we should do like a 2 bed painting Fridays. Maybe it should be bed painting weeks. We're just gonna have fun and do these bed paintings just because they are so valuable. So let's maybe push this even more. That might be too much. It might be too much. Maybe not. Wait, is this the one? This is the second one? No, this is the second one. This is the first one right here. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to really create that arm. I'm sorry, hand. I'm going with elbow, forearm, wrist, and the hand, and they are all on a different. I don't want to say on the different planes. I'm trying to find the word that would describe this. Well, they're going, well, when you think about that, there's a direction from elbow to wrist. Well, because we have bones there, so that's kind of a straightforward, self-explanatory. But the problem with this is that our forearms are so powerful that we can twist them, and it changes the shape, and it also changes the orientation for a hand. And not only that, on top of it, we can also move our hand with a different direction, depends on the orientation and rotation. So there's so many variables that are happening there simultaneously. And in case of foreshortening, or in case of this kind of a profile view, it's really difficult for me to create a volume necessarily, you know, like the kind of a nice continuous volume that wouldn't be boring. So I really have to push that saturation. I really have to push that what do I put? How would I put this? I really have to push other elements of the painting. Would that be a word? Other elements of the painting, in order to create that idea of something that it's, you know, going towards us and then suddenly changes and moves away, like, you know, how he's holding that fist. And then I think that I push the hand a little bit more towards here due to the length. And right now it seems like he's not holding that stuff properly in the top hand. And this is the problem, because when it's in the stage of unfinished, you don't really think about these things. And right now I'm moving things around. And the reason why is it pushed there, because I wanted to get it closer to his neck. So it's going behind his head. And that's a problem with this, is that I can't really move that staff that much, because that's very important angle that or diagonal that I created there. Very, very important for the composition. Um, I wouldn't even, I would go as far as calling it essential compositional element. And the reason is because it's actually, the double cross happens to be the symbol of them, even though according to like the historians, they didn't use it. What have I done here? Of course, of course, of course. This is going to go back and behind. And I'm painting not all over the place, but I need to rest my eyes a little bit from here because I'm painting really saturated and it's starting to I don't want to crazy oversaturate it, so I have to be careful with that. So let's bring that saturation to the play. Just a little bit. To create a little bit of texture. And texture, I mean the little bit of the feeling of a different fabric. So I can separate these parts a little bit from one another. And separate, I mean distinguish that this might be a little rougher material, so I'm trying to use that the thicker or a little bit more rougher canvas to show, to use that, to utilize that rough canvas, right? Because it just, after all that, it's a linen, it's kind of a fabric. Where, you know, for example, this part is a little more a little smoother. Oops, that might be a little too much. Maybe I could push this, and then I could hit it here. So it's just kind of go a little more forward towards me, and then maybe even a little here. It's really difficult to see what I'm doing, but it just makes the painting more saturated in areas, but in like a weird way. It's that optical illusion that I was talking about. I'm not really placing the brush strokes there. I'm kind of barely touching the surface, and you know, most of the time paint skips, but sometimes it just sketches and drags these strings, and then I can go across those strings, and it creates the kind of a weave pattern that complement that idea of this being fabric, because you would probably see that illusion. And slowly kind of picking up that saturation, it's making it a little bit more vivid, a little bit more interesting to look at, because there's so many shifts and changes are happening there within the same value. It's just I'm working right now strictly with chroma. Oh, that was wow. I had to really dig deep. But here's the thing, I'm not going to do it all over that garment. I am right now using this as a compositional element, right? What do I mean by that? Well, I have this diagonal right here, so maybe I can create the diagonal of saturation going this direction, right? So I will create like that X kind of a composition. So I'm pushing you everything that, you know, because all these lines kind of converging into the same point. And if you have a curve, so it's curving. When you think about that golden ratio, for example, that, you know, that a kind of a swirl, no, a kind of a curve that goes into infinity inside, that Da Vinci talked about a lot and used it in his mathematical compositions. So instead of actually, you know, painting it here into that, or putting everything on that one diagonal, on that one curve, the golden ratio curve, right? I'm not doing that, but I decided to go and do it with that saturation. So I'm leaning your eye compositionally by using not the saturation, but you would say chroma, high chroma. Oh, come on! This is just that's that's. Do you want to see? Do you want to see? I don't. You know, I have an enormous amount of ugly self-portraits laying around and testing. But yeah, if you want to wait with your own self-portrait, and I have a bunch of everywhere. It was funny because if you see there is a, no, you can't see it, but there's an easel right here, and there was another artist working here, and there is auto-portrait right there, auto-portrait on the wall, in the corner right there, on the side. So there's a four ones. There is a mirror right here, and she said that that is just, yeah, I can't escape. Whenever I look, I see you. So there is a benefit with these auto portraits, but then, you know, when is it enough? And you have to paint yourself also when you don't feel that you look at the best, because you're gonna discover and you know experience certain things. I remember my first self-portrait that I did. I was so angry because I couldn't make it, and then painting and actually drawing looked even angry, and everybody was even angrier. Everybody was asking like, "What happened to you?" And I said, "Nothing. I was struggling. Can't you see that?" And they're like, "Yeah, we can, but you know, it looks more like you're angry at the whole world." But maybe since I promised you to give you little pointers there or something that you might use and take advantage of, I'm gonna paint a little bit since the sun is still up. Perhaps till, you know, maybe half an hour more, and then I switch to digital, and we can just, you know, talk about these self-portraits a little bit. And I'm going to talk general, so you can take whatever you want from that information, and that, so it's applicable for everyone who's watching, because there's going to be, I'm going to be talking about the same things over and over again. It's just I'm going to use different examples. Well, it is if you work, if you have a small mirror and you're looking at yourself and you're painting it like for, I don't know, 20 or 70 hours, you are just, I'm not trying to say that you paint 70 hours with non-stop, but you put 70 hours into it, you know, during the duration of a painting. It shows. It shows. But that's the beauty of it. Look at Rembrandt's auto portraits. I mean, he's painting himself sometimes very flattery, but then there are later works of his. Oh my God, he went to another level. I think that the best example of a portrait is Albrecht Dürer's mother drawing. It's actually on the top of that the Practice and Science of Drawing book by Harold Speed. I mean, how can you, like, how honest really you have to be to paint your mother like this or draw your mother like this? I mean, that's just amazing. That's amazing portraiture. That's true to nature as much as you can, because the most difficult portrait, I have never painted my mom, and it's the most difficult portrait that I would ever come across to, because it's mother. It's just it's that important, you know, And Albrecht Dürer, whenever I feel bad, I always look on the Albrecht Dürer's drawing of his mother, and I'm like, all right, dude, really, did you really have to paint your mom like a witch? Is there some underlying emotional damage that you have? Yeah, definitely. Everybody who's struggling with portraiture and the accuracy and trying to please that person, because that's probably the biggest problem. I think that when you paint portrait, you have to kind of disconnect from the fact that you are not trying to please the person that you are painting, because that's just going to kill you. You're gonna struggle with portrait. On top of that, feeling that that person that you're painting is going to dislike that painting. It's oh wow, that you're putting you're starting that painting, that portrait with a handicap. You put yourself into the really bad position. And that will it will haunt you, and it will hold you back. And how do I know this? Well, I've been there. I am there. That's the even worse realization. I know that I have been there. I am there. So I worked around the hands a little bit, and then because I was tired of looking at them, and then moved around a little bit, pushed things left and right, and then again I'm going back to them. Because these hands really, really need to not necessarily work, but deliver. So let's bring that sunlight right here on his skin. It's going to throw your values perhaps a little bit, but then there's always that trusted finger that can kind of soften it around in these edges and kind of push it into the existing layer that is underneath. and hopefully that will solve the problem. And if not, you know, you can still repaint it, paint it over. I forgot how difficult it is to do with the gloves on. So let's push it. Maybe I'll just hit it right here at the edge. So it shows that it's just pushing out from that sleeve, or going out from underneath that sleeve. Might be a little too much. But hey, it's fun. And then lost edge. So even the Velasquez would be proud for the lost edges. Oof. So this is something that, you know, this crazy, unprovoked, unwanted brush stroke really annoyed me. This is probably one of those brush strokes that John Singer Sargent hated the most. Never mind, it's gone. Forearm, let's model that forearm a little bit more with that. I think that's too light. The problem is that since I'm not used to doing this in the glove, I can't even judge the color properly and value because the glove has a different color than the color of my skin. And different chroma, so it kind of feels weird trying to match that. Okay, so a little bit more. A little bit more right here. Let's unify this a little bit more. Okay, so there's a mistake here. This needs to go. This needs to go darker. Right here. forgot how much I like to paint with fingers. It's probably the best brush you you will ever use. It's your fingers. Or not, it's a best palette knife. Maybe. Because it's kind of smooths out. What happened? Did my camera die? No way. I'm sorry that you can barely hear me, guys, but even my camera died. This is ridiculous. So this is a time for me to switch to a digital. So you're gonna hear me better. So give me a second, please. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna switch to a different camera mode, and I'm gonna because I'm gonna continue working digitally right now, as I promised at the beginning, and we're gonna talk more about the composition and the ideas behind how to actually compose a portrait, or any object for that matter. So 5 minutes tops, so I can switch to another setup. Be right back. right, guys, I'm really sorry about that camera, but obviously, or obviously, maybe not obvious for all of you, but obviously for me, it couldn't look at me anymore. So it decided to shut itself off, and there was a signal to me that I should probably stop and switch to a digital setup. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see me necessarily, but yeah. Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah. That's just what it is. So let's just switch to a digital, and you just I hope that the mic is okay right now, because there's another thing. It just got really buried in my jacket because it's really cold in my studio. So yeah, camera is moody, the mic is moody. Yes, luckily the weather is perfect outside, so I can be hidden behind the computer inside. Let me just give me a couple seconds, since you are all set up digitally and I'm not. Let me just get my eraser is right here. Cool, nice. Couple seconds and I'll be right ready. So I want to talk about composition a little bit, since that's something that for me especially is the main thing about painting or creating in general. Like those of you who watch these streams, or participating in that painting discourse, you guys know that how important composition is for me. And I truly believe, I'm convinced that composition will solve most of your problems with painting. Well, maybe not all of them, but most of them. And we tend to think about composition like we're composing some we talked about these portraits, so let me maybe start with the portraits. I don't know, it's just, okay. Let me just get closer. So first, what I would really think about when composing portrait is that we have that, again, classical canon. I'm going to be thinking about, this is a size 50 by 40, and I'm talking in centimeters. And I remember that when I was studying at the academy, they were thinking about, if you have a canvas size 40 by 50, that actually gives you the size of a head roughly 3/4 of life size. Which is kind of that very pleasing size of a portrait. You can definitely think about, because you can have heads that are larger, they're like, I don't know, twice a life size, or you can have a smaller that it's a half. It doesn't really matter. It depends of your decision. But in 40 by 50, it's usually, the nice kind of a position for the head. I don't want to say nice, but when you look at this right now, this would be probably that, that standard, that kind of a standard that position that we are all used to look at. And I'm trying to just cover this very quickly with just random brushes. So instead of me thinking about a portrait necessarily, I'm thinking about just the shape. And this is the shape, because this is the focal point. This is something that we all know very well and we're familiar with. I'm just going to push the... Right, okay. And there's nothing wrong with this. This is actually a perfect composition when it comes to composing something. Unfortunately, the problem that we have with this is that some great painters already used this, and then we're trying to then push ourselves to create. I wouldn't even call it create, but we're trying to come up with the different shapes that would interest viewers, and not only viewers, that would interest ourselves as well. But I would definitely start with this simple setup of a composition if you want to focus and practice a portraiture in terms of, oh, these are just, we are having fun and I need to paint the portrait. Instead of you trying to compose something, more active, let's say that you put head right here in the corner, you would be struggling with creating some interesting parts in the negative space. So I'll change the color so you know what I'm talking about. You would have a really hard time to, if you just you have a, I don't know, painting session, you would have a really hard time to fill up this space because then if you put your head there in the corner, what might happen is that instead of a head being a portrait, the background is the portrait, or background happens to be a positive space and your head's going to be negative space. It might happen. I'm not saying that that's what always happens, but it could, only because the only thing that works for you is that immediately if we see a head or eyes, we're kind of directing our attention towards the eyes. It's just nature of us, because that's what we do when you talk to someone, right? Most of the time you're looking directly to person's eyes, right? So if you really just sketching and practicing, and you are really going for let me just go back to dark, and you are going for just portraiture, this is really the safest way for you to go. And because with painting, you are dealing with so many variables. You have, of course, at the beginning, this composition. And I talked yesterday in Bad Painting Friday, stream, that you can start with different canvas sizes. And by sizes, I mean ratios, right? So you can actually create portrait in this kind of a orientation of your canvas, and the size and proportions of your canvas. So you are starting your portrait with infinite numbers and options for framing your composition. So if you are going to simply just, you have a, I don't know, sketching class, or you're going to work on proportions, putting yourself into a position that you are going to also create some interesting composition, and you will have to deal with some other elements, and trying to find out and think how they're going to relate one another. That's going to take away your attention from actual practicing proportions and symmetries, or relationship between eyes and the nose and ears, right? So you would probably be the best, in my opinion, if you go into that really, really classical setup. And this is a classical setup for a reason, because it's not insulting in a way, it's not in a way in terms of that it's not jumping at you, it's not striking, it doesn't really give you any advantage, compositional advantage over another portrait. And with this kind of a very simple setup, you have a really, really, really big, how would you put this? There is a big number of great masters creating beautiful portraiture with this simple setup. So the challenge is to beat them all. And trust me, everyone is trying to do that, and very few are able to accomplish. When you think about Rembrandt, and you really, really think about Rembrandt, most of his portraits are this simple setup. What he's doing, he's taking this familiar position for a portrait and thinking about the portrait in terms of, that's what I was talking about a little bit today during the painting. He's talking about light and what light is doing, and and the problem that lies ahead of you is not being able to paint light, is being able to see it. And when you take Rembrandt's portrait and you would, I don't know, let's pick some. I'm just going to grab my book and I'm going to, use some, just a straightforward example. I'm just looking for some that everybody probably knows or heard about or seen. Something that is like a, the middle of his career. Okay, let's do that. Let's do well, there's a whole self-portrait. They are not named, but I'm just going to sketch it real quick, only with the shape that I see. And then you can take whatever portrait of Rembrandt you want. So there is that standard, there's a 60 by 70, but that's very close to that ratio, 40 by 50. Not exactly the same one, but very close. So there is a head that is right in that sweet spot. And the sweet spot is, I'm pretty sure that you all heard about that, that you can divide canvas into halves, even though this is not a half, into halves, and then you can also divide them into thirds. Right. Oops, I'm sorry, my bad. Into thirds, like so. So I have equal distance, or I separated, and this is just a approximation, right? You can do it with a ruler if you want exactly. Just for the sake of the argument, let's assume that these are all equidistant, or equally. They have the distance between them is equal, and he put the head almost into a center, and not necessarily head. He did, and that the head is a little bigger, and it's somewhere around here. Let me just make that adjustment a little bit. And the eyes are in the center of the composition. That means that the part that is most important for him. But then instead of, creating something mundane, he took the diagonal and he created, and he put everything here, not in the shadow, but in the dark. And he went even further, and he pushed the background also dark on this side, not as dark as the rest, but he created something like this. And then he decided, oh wait, I need to do a little bit more interest. So he again took the head that he's very famous for, because he loved them, because I think that they create a really beautiful, nice shape. So let's assume that this is all one dark shape. It's not light and dark, it's a dark shape, in terms of I'm dividing this not into, the part that it's lit into a foreground and the part that is lit in, I'm sorry, we are not dividing it in terms of, like, there is a light side and dark side. Here actually went even darker, because I'm trying to make the most comprehensive part. And then he decided, no, I have eyes, I need a little bit shadow right here. And this can go into a shadow, I can push this even more, and you can start seeing how he really, this can go in dark, not complete darkness, and he's playing only with these, I would call them abstract shapes, but these are not abstract shapes in terms of light and dark. These are simply black and white, rather. I think that that's the better way to express that. That's just a black and white. And he really pushes this idea, and then on top of that, okay, so I have a strong diagonal. Then he pushes the lighter part right here, and he puts his hand right there. So he's kind of pushing, for me, that we have that mundane kind of a, simple setup that you would expect everywhere with the head right here. But no, he's just pushing the dynamic diagonals right here, which creates way more interest than what you see here at the, at the beginning that I was talking about, which is just pure center. So instead of him thinking about a body part, and I have to put, I have a head, then I have a body, I have a hand, and I have another hand. No, none of this is his concern. None of this is his concern. Why? Because it doesn't matter to him whether he's painting a hand or cup or, I don't know, vase. Whoops, that's not a vase. Or bottle, rather, that's easier to draw. So the idea behind a shape design, it's exactly this. Not being concerned and not paying attention to specifics. Simply avoid everything that does not, that is not essential in the first step. There is a lot of other ideas that we have to take into consideration, but unless you are absolutely satisfied with this first stage of excuse me, working with dark and light, I don't think that you would be, I don't think that, I'm trying to find the proper metaphor for this. That's not even a metaphor. When I think about the whole paint that is right now on the world, And if I have it all in my studio, I don't think I would be able to correct the wrong composition with it. Right? So this is the underlying, the most important part. And I don't understand why this is not the first, second, third, fifth, and continue to the infinity lesson in art schools. I don't understand why this is because we're working with visual, as a visual representation, and it's illusion, and we have to be able to work with this illusion to the point that there is a language that we created, not we specifically, but that exists among visual representational artists, and it changed and it evolved. It evolved from very long time ago through the very famous when really the spike of the art again happens during the Renaissance, and then we have Baroque, and we continue towards today, which I think we are postmodern. I believe that's how they are categorizing us. I believe that's a postmodern. But when you think about it, this would be the first thing. It's the easiest way to look at the Rembrandt because he's so obvious with it. Another thing is that once you decide on this, then you can start applying and thinking about other parts of your composition, right? So instead of me thinking about specific, I want to have a head here, of course I have to have a neck, and then I have to have shoulders, and then perhaps I should have, as they told me in the art school, I have to have hands as well, because everybody has arms and hands. So how am I going to put it this way? You are not composing. This is not a composition. You're not composing. You are taking your portraiture literally, and you are trying to make art out of it. This, we have cameras. You can take a picture of yourself. That's a photograph. I'm not trying to right now start trouble with photographers. Not at all. I'm talking about right now the selfie specifically, which is so popular these days. Rembrandt was making selfies, but he took the selfie and he made art out of selfies, not by trying to paint portrait of himself, but rather he was interested in light and how light interacts with the skin, with the human form specifically, because there's so many self-portraits of Rembrandt. Plus, I think that he might have been a little bit too happy with himself, and it shows because he loves to dress in these expensive garments and these expensive hats and like that. You couldn't at that time, you couldn't just go to a store and buy these things, and if you could, they were probably very expensive. So he was showing his wealth, not only in terms of how good he is as a painter, but also how much money he's making. It was a good commercial. It was a good kind of a. It had that like a commercial value for him. A very good example is, we talked about Velázquez today. There is a portrait of Velázquez that he painted. I think let me check how it's called. That's the, and I don't know if this is true or if it's just a cool story about what advertising actually is. It's that. Wait a second. Where are you? It's the very famous one. It's that portrait of his servant. What's the exact name? I can't find it right now. Well, I'll get back to it and I'll figure it out. But when you Google, I get it. I found it. It's a. Of course, I can't find the. Is it? Yeah, is it? I think it's Juan de Pereira. I think that was the portrait. The story goes simply that that was his servant, or I think it was his servant, or someone who was helping him. He painted him, and then he literally gave him the portrait, and forced. Not, I don't know who said forced him. Asked him to go and walk throughout the streets of Madrid. And people were crazy about it. The likeness, the freshness, the something that they had never seen before. It was just probably the best advertising that he could possibly do. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was necessarily. I don't know if necessarily this is true. I don't know if it really happened, but if it did, it was a masterful masterful move in terms of making a name for yourself. So there is importance importance. There is a difference between Rembrandt and his way, and looking at him and making him really the center of his portraiture life, because he probably painted himself more than. I don't want to say, I don't know right now, but it would be very close to know the ratio, his auto-portraits or self-portraits against every other portrait that he painted. It's just because you go through the book and every other page is it looks like it's either a detail of his auto-portrait, or it's just full on display his mastery in painting. So going back to that composition, I really like to look at also Rembrandt's work in terms of symmetry and asymmetry. I mentioned this, that when you have a portrait, and especially when you look at Rembrandt's portrait, and I'm making these really obviously crazy looking, because I don't know how to draw better. That's for first, and second, it's funny. I like these. And when you take this and separate it in the half, you can see that this one. Let me just switch to a different color, so you can see. So this negative space right here, it's exactly the same as this one right here. Right? So there is nothing wrong with this if this is what your attention or what you want to do. I'm not saying that you are wrong, but if you do this consciously, then it is a composition. If you look at your portraits and this happens to be something that subconsciously is happening with your portraits, then that's not a composition. That's the fact that our brain likes to utilize everything, because when our brain is looking at this portraiture,
it does not need to bother with left side and the right side. It can just go simply, you know, oh, this one it's the same as this one, therefore that's a human. Check. Next. And that's a problem. That's a problem if you really want to create nice and interesting and dynamic composition, because this is as stale and as mundane as it can be. And if you make, if you want to make, if this is a purpose that you want to create, because this is your intention, that is okay. That's perfect. But if you find yourself doing this and you are not consciously creating this kind of a perfect, I was talking about the Salvator Mundi, I think that the famous portrait, supposedly by Da Vinci, we don't know. I think that they're still arguing about that. I think it is him, but who cares about my opinion? That's a perfect example how to make this kind of setup shine. And I think that was Odd Nerder who was talking to his students, that when they were asking him, like, I compose it this way, and it's looking at it feels like, and it looks like Leonardo da Vinci, and what to do with that portrait to make it better than it is right now. And I think that Odd Nerder mentioned that, well, the only way how to make it better, it's make it better than Da Vinci's painting. So unless you're really up to the challenge and you want to push yourself really, really hard and to make a paintings better than Leonardo da Vinci, this might not be the best conscious decision that you are going to make. On the other hand, if you want to practice, this is probably the best way how to practice, because you really don't need to be bothered with anything else, just with the proportion perhaps. And you can do the full set of, you know, experience the full set of ideas. Let's say, let me just erase this. I'll make space for that. So you can really think about this, that, okay, so I have the simple portrait. Oops, I'm sorry. I have a simple portrait, and the only thing that I'm focusing right now is me training orientation of a portrait. So he's looking up. Then, and these are obviously simplifications. Right now, looking down, then we might have that center looking towards us. We can do whatever orientation we want, and we are not bothered and forced to really think about, you know, anything else. Just composition. And that's the only thing that, you know, that bothers you or not. Oops, what happened? Right, and then you'd be like, okay, I'm really trying to do something here with, I don't know, with just a position that he's looking this direction. I don't know, I don't want to really care about the composition, I just want to care for rotation. So you really have to make conscious decision, what I want to do with my portrait. Do I want to really just practice the way how to construct the portrait, you know, like how to divide it into halves, maybe into thirds or quarters. It's up to you which way you choose. But if you want to create a portrait that is that it's actual piece of art, or you're thinking about that you're going to practice composition, I would recommend you to really, really start with just shapes. What shapes am I talking about? Well, just the simple ones. Simple ones that I would start my sketches with a really broad brush, This might be too broad. And I would ask myself, what do I want? Do I want a diagonal composition? Okay, so let me try this. So this is my composition for a portrait. And you might be asking, how is this, has anything to do with the composition? Well, nothing yet, but I can start analyzing this from the perspective of, okay, what do I think that a focal point is? Well, obviously, focal point probably going to be this part. Okay, well then when I take like the really crazy, you know, that division in thirds, that kind of lines up with that you know, very simple grid that we as photographers use over and over again, and you know that kind of slicing everything into thirds, or separating, or you know, dividing everything into thirds. So that might be one idea. Then I might ask myself, well, since I'm working digitally, I have a cool tools. I don't need to redraw that. I can actually make a copy of that, and I can ask myself, what if I create oops, not this. What if I create a inverted version of this? And I meant mirror image of this. And I'm gonna go, okay, do I like this orientation better? Because these are actually very same, not the same, but very similar ideas in terms of composition. There is one focal point. There is one focal point. That is right here. It kind of lines up with the fact that with the idea of that grid and the thirds, and also it kind of, you know, it kind of created that idea that I don't have a half white and half a black separation of this frame, but maybe I'm somewhere around what do I say, 60-40. It's not really maybe enough. So there's opportunity for you to perhaps, okay, well, that's not enough. Now maybe I can push it even more and create even more specific. Let me just erase these so it's better visible. I can direct your eye maybe even more to where I want it to be. And I'll be asking myself, like, is this working? Because there's no really a difference between what I just, you know, randomly did and what Rembrandt is doing. We're really working just a pure graphic shape, nothing else. This is nothing to do with anything else. This is just a simple graphic shape, and the reason why I like to do this is because it took me, what, 7 seconds to do that? Even less, like 1 second to flip it, and I can also take this. Come on, copy, and ask myself, well, what did I create it here? Because I have multiple layers, and sometimes this creates something completely different. Not only that, especially when you work with Photoshop, this is so easy to just be creative, because I can just start asking myself, well, perhaps, what if I'm going to have something like this right here, and this is my new composition. Do I like this? Could this be a portrait? Everybody would think that this never could be, in no way, shape or form, this could be a portrait. Well, it's only because the lack of your imagination. So that's when I'm talking about, you being creative, this is where the creativity starts. Unless you have this, number one, 100% you're satisfied with this graphic shape, there is very little you can do to actually make your portrait better. And this is not me saying this, you can read this in from Renaissance till right now in Great Masters. And you don't even need to read about it, you can actually look and search in the Rembrandt. You can grab his, let me maybe try that to find it. You can grab some let me just find some digital Rembrandt's reference. I'm trying to find some, some random example that would give us some. This might be a little too small. That's okay. We don't need details. So let me just move this guy here. Let me erase this. Let me erase this. And let's think about this for a second. And you can clearly see that if you take, right now, Rembrandt's painting and you divide it into half this way, check this out. The silhouette right here or negative space, whatever you prefer to think about, it's completely different than negative space right here. You won't find one thing similar about this. So this is, I think this is one of the greatest achievements of Rembrandt. And not him, like this is a portraiture one-on-one in professionals, right? There is no way that these two are similar. Not even close. There is no way. The other thing that Rembrandt is doing, and you can observe this even better, is maybe I can find a little better example, or higher resolution. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Let's see. Would this be a better resolution? No. This one could be though. What's going on? It isn't. It isn't. Never mind, I don't want to waste time with this. I would rather talk about it. So when you look at his paintings closely, and you can pull up whatever picture you want about the Rembrandt, and you can actually follow along. I just want to grab this example actually. Open linking tab. This is actually okay. This is a better example. Finally, I found something that is a little bit more. Well, there is so many things that you can talk about here. Again, if you divide this into halves, right? So let's do the same thing, divide it into halves. It might not be the center. So not only he's playing with every negative shape is different, and you will ever be able to find a similar shape there. And these might look similar. This is going to be A, B, A and B might look similar, but it's only because I just, simplified them. But they are not, because if I would get closer, you can see that there is a little different shape, like so. But for the sake of simplification. So when you think about this, and you really think about this, that's just crazy. Like you go and really go one by one, every image that you can find, and this is never happening. So when you're looking at your, if you're looking at your sketches right now, and you take your portrait and do the same thing, and you have really similar, not similar or same left and right and top and bottom, then you know that something is wrong, that you have to adjust it. And other thing is, when you look at the shape that he created, and you would really squint your eyes, you would see how he created that. Oops. So this is he might have started in his head with this, being a dark shape. Of course, then refined it nicely and make it just for sake of argument. And then he was like, okay, I need the focal point. There you go. I need a strong focal point. And his focal points are not eyes. He just decided, no, this is the focal point. I'm going to put the most contrast here, and I'm going to hit you with a little bit of the nose. And now you know that there is a nose here. That's crazy. I can look at these things forever, and I'm in awe. And you can kind of, make a little small sketch, because this is what it is. You can adjust certain things and really find and fine-tune and understand what he was doing. And why was he doing it? Because this looks way better. Even though it's almost a little steeper. So this is where your sketching should be when you're sketching and you're thinking about the composition. When it comes to Rembrandt. And then he beautifully, I really like that, he beautifully just, disconnected it here and kind of let it flow into a background. And then he was like, okay, I need a little bit of a background, and check out the background. He pushed the background. And then I'm looking at the background, and I see the diagonal that goes this way. Right here, that's the main diagonal, because it's hitting it hard, because he's pushing it with this light value right here, and also with this strong shape, the dark against light. This is dark, and here is light against that, right? Also, it's repeating here, and he also repeated here with the fact that he's darkening this part right here. Well, that's a composition. Right? You can barely see, it's not that you can barely see it, you don't even know that it exists. because it's so, the transition here to the darkness is so slow, but you can see the gradation from the light to dark this way. It's almost like a halo effect that he created, like he's just the circular motion with the tone that he created. And same thing he is repeating with these dark values right here. So he's keeping you interested all the way through. Who cares that you can't see his eyes? I mean, I can't even imagine, being in the classroom with him or in one studio, and you're painting your, the master gave you the, you're painting these portraits. They're, you're just being a little bit inventive, right? So you are doing this, because that's like the standard canon, and then Rembrandt shows up with this, because this is a young Rembrandt, I believe. And he shows up with this painting in the studio. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You're just gonna pack your palette, pack your brushes, your paint, and you're gonna leave, because you wouldn't be even like, how can you? I can't even start comprehending what's happening here, because this is happening, a couple hundred years ago. So. And this always makes this. This is not me showing you or teaching you anything. This is just a Rembrandt trying to hide all the knowledge that's possibly there. Because, like we talked about before, when people love to believe in magic. And they love to be, they really enjoy to be surprised and in awe. So if you start explaining them how composition works and how it moves, and and you labor over these things, they're going to really lose attention. They just want to feel that, oh, you woke up in the morning and you painted this. You have a God-given talent. So. This is really extremely simplified idea of what Rembrandt is doing, but I think looking at his work, it feels like it's the main subject in his portraiture, using very simple elements and shapes. And he's trying to create these interesting things, and especially with backgrounds. I mean, seriously, make sure that you're looking at Rembrandt's background, and not even backgrounds. Look at the negative space. Like, how is he treating? Let's examine that actually, but why not? Since we're talking about that, let's focus. Oops, I'm sorry. Let's focus on this area right here. Let's zoom into it, since we can. Do you see what's happening there? Do you see these little, let me just get a smaller brush. Do you see these little, like, streaks of pigments there? And how it moves this direction, not only from light to dark, but also this is warmer, and this is going towards the cool. And in between, he's weaving these little red spots. They might be actually showing through underneath. I'm not sure, because I can't really see it right now. But that's that really kind of experiment, and you can see the brush strokes, how he's laying them down. You see this brush stroke right here? He's just moving his hand and flicking it, and he's varying the brushes and the motions, and you see these little small spots there that if you go away from it, you have no idea. You have no idea that they're there. But somehow there is that optical mixing, optical illusion, that he creates. That works so well from a distance. And again, we talk about, we have a, when we, again, we can talk about edges. Like you can see this is a sharper edge right here, and this is way softer, and the softest. Why? Because it's going away from us in the background. So he's creating illusion of atmospheric perspective, right? Everything that is in the distance and goes into distance kind of gets closer to each other, because he wants to show the difference between this plane going this direction and the neck standing in front of it. So these are really, I know I jumped from the broad to specific, but that's something to take, that is something that you can take into consideration when you are, because I was talking about these edges and I was struggling with the painting before my camera died, and that's something that you can go and check and double check and triple check and quadruple check if you wish to. When it comes to your previous paintings, you don't need to repaint them. I don't want you to repainting them. I want you to leave them as they are. But what I would like to see is you, since you know this, since you know that. Let me just pour water into teacup. Okay, my apologies. So I want you to be conscious about these things, and I think that those little spots, because I see a little redder part here, a little more orangey. So that's the thing, that he's actually picking up a color or pigment rather. On the brush, not mixing it, but he's mixing it on the canvas. And you can examine these little things, like this little red mark right here. Why is it there? Well, because it's the same value, different hue. That creates interest in the flat surface. Suddenly, flat surfaces are not flat. Well, they are actually flat because our eye sees through the dark and light, the shadows and shapes, but he's creating that little shimmer there. So he's giving you I think, I perceive it this way, like a little glimpse of like the progression of image that, at 1 a.m. in the morning, it was orange, then at 5 p.m. it was a little bit more pinkish, and then, I don't know, at 10 p.m. it was maybe green. And then, I'm exaggerating this, but he's showing that it's a human being, and there is when we are looking at human beings, they are constantly changing and shifting. So that, and when you examine this, for example, this part right here, that's really interesting. It always reminds me, the how's it called, barista. When he's making the cappuccino, it's creating that swirl there, and then the little leaf. He's pulling that pigment from here, right here, with the back of his brush. I mean, I don't even know why he's not called the first abstract painter, because probably that was taken by El Greco, I believe. Do you see these little things that he's creating? And then, you know, the unity within the variety that I always talk about. This is hair, and this is hair as well. Let me just use different colors. And I hope that you're still working and painting while you listening me talking here. Sorry. So this is hair, and this is hair. Do you see the difference? It's all hair, unity. Let's get into red. This is dark hair on the light hair. This is dark hair on the light background. With the back of his brush, he's scratching the paint away, and the dark lines are actually canvas underneath. The imprimatura, or you know, maybe he toned his canvas with some pigments. Probably later on we know that he was using that red underpainting. This is, let's call this A. In B, we have the same thing, but the other way around. He has a light hair on the dark background. I mean, the hair A and hair B and hair C, they are the same color. Naturally, but it's a person, right? It has a human head. You know, unless we think about that, you know, we are creating that we are creating a unless we have colored our hair, we have not one continuous, but you know, we have a kind of a natural local color of our hair, right? You would identify my hair as brown or lighter brown, right? And he's just shifting it from dark canvas, from light background. It looks dark. On the dark background, it looks light. And then he goes even further, and he makes it really soft edge. Why? Because he does not want you to pay attention to area C right here. Why? Because if I think about this portrait, let me just zoom out a little bit. If I think about this portrait in terms of geometric shapes in perspective, this is the center of the attention. This is the edge the closest to us. That means alongside this edge, I'm going to have a most contrast. This is this area right here. This is the focal point. Maybe this as a secondary, because he's creating multiple things to look at within the portrait. And everything that goes away from us in the distance, on this side, it's soft. So I should probably do this. So it's softer. And it's trying to go into a background to the point that, you know, it almost disappears. And he knows, he understands this. He then supports that area with that darker background. So it eases up into that background. So it's kind of disappeared. He's using that chiaroscuro effect that Caravaggio is known for. Or, I'm sorry, it's a tenebrism. Chiaroscuro is Renaissance, that soft transition of the edge. It's basically the same idea that you are slowly going from dark to light or from light to dark, but they have two different ideas. They have two different, because in Renaissance they did not have dark backgrounds. Everything was light and fresh. So you're cooking, okay, well, I hope that it's a slang. and it means that you're cooking, that you are painting really good right now. But this is basically something that you can take into consideration when you're composing a portrait, instead of being really focusing on that, that literal meaning of, oh, this is a portrait, therefore I have to have head and eyes. You might want to start working completely abstractly, abandon every. Force yourself to not think about composition of a portrait. Think about the composition of beautiful abstract shapes, and work and forget about 3 tones. Start with 2. I think that the best example of this kind of treatment, and I mentioned that multiple times. Let me just pull it up. Perhaps I will be able to find it. Some good examples. Not necessarily the best example. I'm looking for a really, really good, like where we can really talk about that portraiture. Maybe this one. Let me see if I have a good result. No, not really. Not really. This might work. Nice. So this is a very famous artist. I'm pretty sure that you guys all know him. It's Frank Miller. And this is what I'm talking about. This is not light and shadow. This is black and white. Why? Well, because let's examine this. Let's look at this from the point of view of, someone who studied at French Academy and had a plaster cast drawing and painting for 2 years and rendering every turn there, and then you know how to draw perfectly. You can really see, but it's really difficult to compose because you are your brain naturally pushing into that into the territory of it needs to be real, because shadows would never fall this way, right? So let's say we're looking at this little piece right here. That would never be illuminated that way in the shadow that goes all the way here, and it's kind of, dividing this. And what about the cigarette and the smoke right here? Like, that's just the graphic shape. What about these? Let me just maybe erase this. What about these small folds? I mean, the light cannot travel from one side, from here to here to here to here, all the way here. It simply can't, unless it's lit from here and here and here simultaneously. But Frank Miller is not concerned with this. He's concerned with the graphic shape and representation, and you immediately understand that this is hand right here, that it's holding or grabbing him. So this is something that I was talking about when I I think about graphic shape, I'm not even close to and most of graphic designers that really studied this, or character designers or comic book artists, they struggle to create such a convincing imagery, only because no matter what you do, everybody's going to go, oh, that's a Frank Miller kind of a style, right? So in order to make, it's the same thing with Leonardo da Vinci. The moment that you paint or draw this way, you have to be better. Being better than Frank Miller in terms of this kind of design, it's really, really, you put yourself on the spot. I mean, you're really hitting, you really want to be the first. Right, and here is the thing, like I said, this black and white, this is just a keen sense of shape design. This is a simplification of a form value, and this is the last step before abstract painting. The proof, is that what is it? It's the Malevich who created that black rectangle. Maybe that's, this is a two-step before the abstract painting, and then that rectangle is right at the edge between abstract painting and representational art or figurative painting, because that rectangle is actually icon. And not that it's iconic. I mean icon in terms of like iconography. Those are these very old technique used by till this day, and it's a type of painting that you depict saints and religious figures. And I have to say that for me personally, thinking about this in terms of portraiture, it's extremely demanding on my brain to make sure that I have all these ideas in my head. And I don't, and right now I'm working on my composition, right, which is basically, let me just switch to a larger. So I have my composition, the fragment that I was painting on today, and the only thing that I'm really looking at when it comes to that when it comes to the shape, it's something like this. At this point right now. And then, I was somewhere here with the composition, and then I decided that, I need to start adjusting certain things, right? So I either chipping away certain things, or maybe pushing it a little bit more. And I'm slowly trying to build up interesting shape. And I'm asking myself, what would be the good and nice overall silhouette. What would be the one thing that I really like to look at? And I would go like this, and I would play with just a negative and positive shape, to the point that I would be like annoyed with myself actually. And then I decided that I need to add this element right here, right? And you're starting to realize, oh, okay. Well, maybe I have everything on this line, so let's make a little interest right here. So I need to have another figure there, perhaps, because I need to frame that a little bit. Or maybe there is another one right here, and I will rather push this a little bit away. So I'll like chisel it here, and this is what I'm doing basically, over and over and over again. And this is maybe a little bit more diagonal here, and this guy can go a little bit more higher. And I'm not thinking about the guy, I'm thinking about the shape. And then I'm like, okay, let me hit it with some major focal points. So this is a composition, but who says that I cannot turn this into portrait? And you would be like, how are you going to turn this into portrait? Well, I don't know. Let me try. Let me have fun, since this is a bad painting Friday on Saturday. Okay, I might have a portrait. You ask how? Well, I just I just turned it. I don't know. This is why you want to paint. And then, okay, so this is nose. I'm just going to oops, deselect. I'm just going to put the eye right here. You got it? You see it? This is nothing to do. And then I would be, okay, maybe, what if, hear me out. What if I want to frame it maybe this way? And this is just so good, so beautiful when it comes to Photoshop, that you can do, or any digital media. I'm working currently in Photoshop. Because you have to do this quickly. You can do this quickly. And I'm still, and then I would be, okay, well, this is not a bad shape, but it's more like a creature, right? Because this is not really what you want to as your perfect portrait. And maybe you do. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe this is something that you really enjoy, that you like. So no, why not to work with it? So I'm just going to erase these line that I have right here, so they don't visually bother me, so I don't have a visual pollution there with some random shapes. And I'm asking myself, well, maybe, yeah, maybe this is a man that's wearing some kind of a headdress, or it's a female that's wearing a headdress. Who knows? And who cares? This is just something for us to have fun. And then I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, so the composition, oops, my bad. The composition, the direction is this way. That's diagonal, right? Because I'm going here and then right here, because I have these diagonal lines right here. They're pushing that mass that direction. That's giving me that kind of a feeling of the motion, the diagonal motion right there. So, all right, if I have this and I want to create X in a composition, let's hit it with a dark value right here, or darker value right here. So I'm going to force you to look at graphic shape against the graphic background, because there is nothing. I'm not doing anything new. Rembrandt was doing this, you know, a couple hundred years ago, before me. And imagine that I didn't do anything else. I just turned 90 degrees to left or to my right. It doesn't really matter, with the little sketch that I was doing off of my fragment painting. Or maybe I could do something more. Maybe I could actually hit this really hard and dark, this side right here. And just making that rim light that Rembrandt is utilizing in his work. Right? There's endless possibilities that you can do with this a sketch of Cyril and Methodius, the fragment of mine. And then, you know, since you are in a graphic design software, or, you know, whatever painting software that you use, you can start applying, if you want to. I don't really do that, but you can start, you know, introducing some I don't know, like a, oops. Some random weird shapes to it, and not only that, you can actually start then painting into them. And then maybe you want to take that shape and maybe you want to rotate it because it doesn't work the way that you like it. And there's so many things that you can do with it, and I really did a bad job here, but that's what it is about with these random shapes. And that's why I believe that you know, that digital medium, it's so helpful and so beneficial, and I can't even imagine what people like Rembrandt would do with it. Maybe he would draw manga. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not saying that manga is bad, but, you know, it's a simplified version of painting. Very graphic, because he was really good with that graphic sense. Maybe they would be, you know, there would be no. Maybe there would be no Rembrandt. I don't know. Who knows? And who cares, actually? You know, because that's something that we can't change. So I don't really want to bother myself thinking about that right now. So this is the way how to start thinking about a composition a little bit more abstractly, and then you can start adding perhaps if you want to introduce some specific elements. Into your painting, or perhaps you're like, I don't think I like this, but what if I do this? What if this is what I'm actually looking for? Because these are all the elements that you use. This is pure abstract painting, and if you do not like it on this level, there is nothing else that's going to help it. No matter how good you are, no matter how good painter you are, you're not probably going to do a remarkable art out of this. Or you might if you like it. So instead of being caught in that literal sense, and that, you know, the world that we're living in that is so, you know, I don't want to say I don't want to preach, but you know, it's almost like you thinking materialistically, materialism, right? Because you know that, you know, we have these things represents a certain things. How can I think about portrait like this blob? Well, you can't, but you can be inspired by it. And you have to do hundreds, millions of these, if it's possible, in order to hit maybe one that you like. Because this is something that no one really talks about, and I don't really see enough. And it's because it's really, I mean, this is demanding, brain demanding, I think, when you start with it. I mean, I saw that, you know, the people that do, you know, these, the character designers, they do these kind of exercises. So they are working with these abstract shapes to create different creatures and, you know, robots or whatever, or landscape designers. They might use these ideas. So there is something to think about, really, when it comes to your composition, because you can. This is underlined. This is that foundation. And if you really want to go, then push it further. And then you would start in the second stage, or, you know, further along. I don't want to say the second step immediately, but the further along, I would start thinking about that. If I have the graphic shape, right, and I have a diagonal from left to right on two-dimensional surface, let me expand on that, and let me, if we're thinking about that, this is X and this is Y, and I'm thinking about these as a YX. What I'm trying to say, what's the word? Axes? I don't think that's the proper way to say that. Never mind. Let's go into the diagonal, and the diagonal actually it's going to be z-axis. That's what I was looking for. So it's going into the depth. In that case, that's something that I was talking about, that Velázquez, that I'm going to create foreground, middle ground, background, and my composition, it's diagonal, not only in 2D sense, but also in three-dimensional sense. Well, here's the thing, even though you don't have time for thinking about this in your portrait, well, actually you do, because you can start applying paint and do a conscious adjustments to it while you are painting it. And the reason why I'm saying it, because I'm doing it with my painting all the time. But as you mentioned, if you have to finish it till November 1st, then you better start as soon as possible, because it's a challenging task. Probably you want to get a nice likeness, but you know, there are some things that you can do immediately when we think about Rembrandt and the background. You can definitely work with the background. You can definitely work with the foreground. You can definitely work with that shape design, even though you did not take this into consideration. Yes, I know. Trust me that if there is something that I know and I can actually truly um, what's the word that I'm looking for? I'm blanking words today. If there is something that I can empathize with, that's the fact that, that the fact that the time pressure. But there is the time pressure has its merit, and I think it's that it forces you to finish the painting, and this is something that I have to be thankful when it comes to painting, because Repin's Academy forced me to not only finish my work but put it on display and be embarrassed exhibiting pieces of crap. I don't wanna curse. I don't like cursing that much. So like I said, stop watching these videos. They're not helpful. You're supposed to paint. So please, I'll try to maybe I'll do some bed painting Friday on Sunday, because I like to do these bed painting Fridays on Sundays and any other days for that matter. Remember one thing, that even though I'm just pushing this, or not pushing, I don't take these information as a extra pressure on you, that you did not accomplish these things, or you did not take these into consideration. That's not how it works. This is perhaps this is a new information for you, or I wouldn't even say that this is a new information for you. This is just me kind of organizing, synchronizing, I'm creating, or I'm creating a hierarchy in the steps, rather than just giving you any new information, because this is I believe that all of us, we are all aware of it, and maybe it happened to you. It's happening to me every day when I read books, especially. Oh, that's exactly how I feel. I just couldn't put the words onto it, but this is exactly what I was missing. This is exactly what I could not communicate with that other person. So don't push yourself that, oh my God, I'm a failure right now because I did not take this into consideration. Well, that's not why I'm telling you this. I'm not here, truly, I'm not here to make you feel bad. So in contrast, I feel better about myself. There's enough other people to do it for you in real life or online, for that matter. This is more, and don't ever forget that this is a painting discourse. This is what you can, and you don't have to if you don't want to agree with me. Better yet, do go even further and put these things into the test. Compare it with another compare this information with other information that you have from other people that you talk to about painting. Take that information and then compare it with Rembrandt, with Velasquez, or Veronese, or Tizian, or Titian, or whoever you prefer and you like, and then come back and be like, oh wait, Andre, whoa. Hold your horses. What you were talking about, this and that just doesn't work the way. And I'll be more than happy to see it and listen to it and compare the notes, because this is what I want you, this stream to be. This is a discourse. We should actually really work. I don't want to say the work against each other in order to improve a painting itself, but we should challenge our intellectual properties, our IPs, amongst the peers. And I truly believe that, you know, and I'm thinking about you guys as a peers. So, well, thank you. That's, you know, this is a different kind of stream. And when I started to stream, I felt really bad that I'm just going to bore people for 5 hours. So they're just going to listen to oh, actually, I wasn't worried that I'm going to bore anybody, because there's going to be 0 viewers. But, you know, I currently see that it's 4 of us, which is cool. So, do you guys have any questions, by the way, before I sign out? Because it's getting really cold here in my studio, and I need maybe some warm soup. So probably I'm just gonna, you know, bother my mom and ask her if she cooked something, because I'm in desperate need of a home cooked meal. And unfortunately, I'm not really a good cook. So enjoy the rest of the days, guy. I can't even talk. Enjoy the rest of the days. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys. And continue, push forward, because there is no other way. You just need to put hours into that. And don't forget that, you know, this is fun after all, right? Oh, I would eat it with no hesitation. With no hesitation. Thank you for offering. I really appreciate it. You know, I'll hopefully maybe I'm planning, and I'm working with my non-profit organization to maybe do some live demos for students around, and then maybe help and create more and more helpful information. So, you know, but it takes time, and, you know, at the beginning, or no, my primary job or my primary occupation is painting. So thank you to participating, and I'll be, you know, talking about the portraits and composition more and more, and I like this idea to actually paint for 4 hours and then switch to digital, and maybe, you know, do a little lecture once per week, maybe on Saturdays, perhaps Sundays. Thanks God for the camera decided to not look at me anymore. So all right, so again, have a nice rest of the day. Thank you for participating. Thank you very much. I think that there's plenty of information for you to think about right now, and yeah. Well, enjoy. Take care. Bye.